PLO Cash Game World Championship. Second try. Second try. PLO Cash Game World Championship of PLO, if I'm correct. PLO Cash Game World Championship. PLO Cash Game World Championship. Episode number 1. PLO Cash Games. Update all titles. Okay, boys and girls, the chat seems to be working this time around. We have a pretty sick setup here. Aces against the kings. Poker Classic. Also in the PLO scene, I have a new mic. We're going to try and play 4 tables, 4 hours of 4 tables, and then a review session. It's like play and explain. My 6-max is okay, but I definitely feel more comfortable playing heads up. So this is a nice opportunity for me to work a little bit on my 6-max game. Like, of course, I'm probably in the top 10 or top 15 6-max players in the world, but I feel way more comfortable heads up. I have played more heads up than or studied more heads up than 6-max. We see a big bluff here. Open from Djokovic. These kings are oftentimes just a call in position. If it's double seated, I'm pretty sure we're squeezing. These 4-way pots are still very hard to solve, so people don't really know what they're doing. What we do know, and especially on these paired ones, is that we use small sizes a lot. We're calling here. Get another call, which this overcall is quite strong already because my range is relatively tight. These kings are not good enough to bet, but that river is kind of nice. Let's see if somebody wants to bet. Oof, a pot bet. I mean, could be tense. I'm not sure how crazy my all-in here is, but he did find the pot bet bluff, which is very interesting. Here we open 3-bet and a 4-bet. This hand is kind of nice if we're up against 2 aces, which is a little bit likely the way 6-max plays, and if not, it's against a lot of high cards. He goes all in. It's a 3-way all in against 2 aces, most probably. Aces, kings. Ooh, we hit the turn and we hit the pot. It's a strong start. It's a strong start in the cash game. I did not see the percentages. We're live and kicking. This kind of board. See betting, but I'm also unblocking all the draws and that kind of stuff that cannot continue against us. On this 7, I think he's allowed to donk into me, as he does. Gonna fold the 5. Super low in our range. 7-8. Nice combo to do it with. I think we both played fine. It's gonna be a nice opportunity to learn from extremely well-studied players like Mahazayan. Streamer sei bloccato, ciao grande Dirk. Hello sir. Let's see if we can get a nice stream going. I think I can open his hand, but limping is definitely an opportunity or possible too. And on these 4 deuce boards, we're gonna do a lot of checking actually, because we don't have deuces in our range. For that reason, my opponent can actually put quite a bit of pressure on me. I'm going to check again. The other tables are filling up already. We have a 7 here. I think it's fine to fold. Here I'm gonna pot on the river. So we have 4 tables now. I'm going to do my best to explain everything. Here we have a funny hand. Going to raise small and win the pot. So I'm going to try to do my best to explain everything. It's short-handed now, so it will be kind of hard to do it. Just gonna fold this hand. So cool to see all these hands. Like, see if your opponents are actually bluffing you. King 7-7 3-3. It's right on the borderline. Like, we can definitely fold a hand and feel fine about ourselves, but we're going to call it and fold. Put this here. Put my face here. Hopefully you guys can see it. Not sure if the stream is working. Let's see. I think we're doing a lot of pot betting here on this kind of board. Well ahead of our opponent, of course. We're going all in. We're flipping basically, and we win. I don't think I want to bluff this hand against 2 very capable opponents. So a hot start, a hot little start. Yeah, people are watching. Quick call from this guy. 6-7, nice and light. Going to raise it up with this hand. Today I'm going to play Pineapple Texas Hold'em tournament. I'm a Hold'em player but never played Omaha, and I feel like this is in the middle. Any advices from one of the best Omaha players at the moment? Bet polarized in position. That's going to be my most helpful advice, I think. Doesn't show how many people are watching, but shouldn't be too bad. Do you know who any of the other players are? So the high stakes community is quite tight knit, so I have played a ton with Kumikon, with Tess, with Tony. Djokovic is relatively new for me. PokerBot is relatively new for me. We'll see. Ace, King, Jack 3. Just check it. Maybe we want to get frisky. It's super whatever in a 4-way pot. I think we're supposed to have more direct equity. But then also these limping ranges are quite tight, and it's kind of nice to show up with a bluff every now and then, as we do right there. As we do, we check back the 8s with a 9. A hand that I could potentially call 2 bets with if people start betting. Now that it's checked twice, I think I can even consider betting twice for value. It's a little bit thin, but probably fine. 6-9, of course, would be painful, but I think I'm creative enough to bluff enough here, so we go for the pot bet. I'm blocking hero calls like 10-7-9. This thin value betting, it's not easy. You're reopening the action. He does call. Wow. 10-3 jack. That's why we want to value bet thinly. People will show up with those hands. This is close. We're gonna grab a couple of moments from this session and run them. Here, for instance, I'm quite unsure if we want to bet pot or a little bit smaller. Here we flop the flush and we have no pair, so I think we just want to start betting. Can he call a worse flush? Definitely can. I think we just have to size big here. Same here with the fourth spade coming in. I'm going to c-bet here. I feel more comfortable c-betting than checking back. Big bet on a turn. So basically I'm saying I either have the net flush or I have the net flush blocker. For that reason we want to size big. Hence he can call with our sets and flushes. We're having a second caller, which means that that guy is calling with an incredibly strong range. We're gonna go for it, of course, with Lenetzi. Here, checking, betting, both fine. I like the aggressive route this time around. Djokovic with the decision. It's hard to come up with enough bluffs here. We have a very easy fold here, blocking the ace of hearts, and he does call king high flush. Yeah, it's kind of impossible to fold that one. But I'm sure in the back of his head he's thinking, surely this guy doesn't show up with enough bluffs. We'll complete. I'll try to explain as much as possible as we go. Have you checked out the preflop ranges from rake-free games? I have actually studied them quite a bit because they are crazy wide. Yeah, bro. You're playing with an ante in the middle. It makes a big difference. Could consider limping this hand maybe. Because I just want to get a lot of hands in. So yeah, it's both rake free and we have money in the middle, so it's gonna be super wide. I'm gonna check this hand, if you can VPip this one. So yeah, I've studied them quite a bit. I'm going to call here. It's, yeah, of course it's light, but we have to defend a lot against these small sizes. It's very easy to overfold. 10-5 is the kind of hand that we want to call. And maybe consider stacking off on a safe river. Test bets again with the 5-4-7-8. Pretty cool bluff. Now we're gonna get a feedback loop, like a pretty quick one. Check then 8-5. It's a very funny hand. We have 3 pair and a hard blocker, so I think we have a relatively easy call on the turn, and then we find out on the river. Poker bot. pot bet from the Pokebot. So he's saying, okay, I have an ace high flush, which is very believable. We're also blocking 4 pairs, so that's very relevant for our decision. If we look at hands that my opponent might bluff with, our hands with an ace of hearts with no showdown. So I'm going to actually hero call this hand for that reason. Entirely likely that my opponent has a flush, which he does. But I think it's a hand you want to consider calling sometimes. Of course, we have plenty of flushes there on the river, so it's not like we have to call it always, but I think it's somewhat nice. If it turns out that this guy is super tight, of course it's a bad call, so that's something we can try and establish after playing a lot. Good luck with the Cash Game Championship. Will this be available to rewatch later? Yes, sir. So here we have a hand that is strong, but if we get check raised, it's not great. So then we just put it in our check back range. We'll check back twice with the queen. Trying to force a bet out of our opponent, and at this moment there are so many straights out there that we're going to go for a value. Against this size, it's actually kind of close if we can raise still. We're going to flat call, but I think raising could be fine. Nice bluff by my opponent. We hit trips, good enough to bet, but if we want to bet trips a lot of times, we do it with the 6 deuce or 6s. If we want to protect our checking range somewhat, we do it with the weaker trips. I think we can start betting now and actually bet twice. Quincy calls, could have jacks of course. We're 4-way here. I think we can check call the kings, but it's not like by no means an interesting spot. Okay, we have to call our deuce, I think, at least once here. It's so hard to have enough bluffs in his spot. This is definitely like creative. I think we can just fold the river if he goes for it. So 9. Okay, this is a spot where he can turn a jack into a bluff or a 6 or anything along those lines. There's also, you can very credibly have a king or a jack. Jack 6-6, jack deuce deuce. 6 max people play so tight, but we're going to call anyway, like low frequency call here. He did end up bluffing. King jack, like kind of nice combo to bluff with. I'm actually surprised he showed up with a bluff there, but are you planning on grinding the whole championship to get that Rolex? I am not. Just want to give some exposure. I have to grind a lot of 500 PLO, so that doesn't make sense for me. You studied any non-reg ranges before the challenge to prepare? I have studied a lot of non-reg ranges to prepare for the Tritons. think we can start raising a 6 here. Would be cool to see Ben Silsky and Ben Tollerine play this randomly, but probably wishful thinking. Yeah, it's very, very unlikely that they show up. What are the best tools or courses for PLO, GTO Wizard, Upswing, Run at Once, or something else? I have used... Whoa, we have a royal flush. Okay, boys and girls, hitting the royal flush on this table. Going to come in with a small bet. Get one color. So hard to extract value from this hand. I guess we're just gonna bet and pray for a 9 high flush. We do get a call. Yeah, it's a 9 high flush, baby. Okay. Maybe I should put that on my story. I'm so bad with social media. It's can we bet here? It's tempting, but I'm not sure. Starts with check call. This hand goes into the muck, I believe. Small bet with a 10. Go to call again. Not the best of runouts. Going to fold. Let's see what he has. Ace, queen, jack. That's the nuts. The title is wrong indeed. It's annoying. I did update the title. Okay, one sec. One thing at a time. Okay. Color. So hard to extract value from this hand. I guess we're just gonna bet and pray for a 9 high flush. To get a call. Yeah, it's a 9 high flush, baby. Okay, boys and girls, hitting the royal flush. Okay, that's a story live. Now we can go back to focusing on this. Gets you to the nuts and a backdoor nut flush draw. I think it's good enough to peel a card, especially against the smaller size. 9-9. That's with the big bet. We fold. Going to try and change the title. It's super annoying. Updating all titles. Yeah, the software is not great. Oh, Apple TV. That's not what we want. Quit the shit. Okay, we're going to call the 7-7. So best tools. The tools I use are PLO Mastermind, Vision, check 449. And PLO Genius is a new piece of software. Let's see. How to extract value. Can we check raise? No, it's not strong enough, I think. So I'm just gonna bet super big size. Extract value from a queen with some redraws. Also a spot that I'm not sure about. So we just take a screenshot and we're gonna look into it after this session. I'm gonna try and do that again. And even the royal flush was potentially an interesting hand. Here we're gonna see that with one pair and a 5. It's all relevant, like blocking 5-7 is nice, blocking a pair is always nice. Backdoor net flush draw, also nice. Here we're gonna screenshot the royal flush, look into it later. I'm quite comfortable with the ranges, but my solves are raise only, so might have to look into my limping strategy. This is a bit too poor for my liking. You can open quite a bit here, especially as stacks get deeper. It gets very interesting, the pre-flop. Hands like these might be nice limps. You have nutty aspect of your hand. Don't really want to get re-raised, although it's fine. I think both betting and check calling is fine here. This is a little bit too wide, this open. I think. Of course, if you feel comfortable about how you play post-flop, you can open a bit wider here and there. This program is already running. Okay, I was going to consider checking back on this flop, which in practice doesn't happen that much. Then with a lot of these one-card straights, I think we end up checking back without having anything to go with it. I think we check here. big bet for my opponent. We have kind of a perfect hero call hand. Yeah, will my opponent bluff enough? We'll never know. We'll never know. Just going for the check raise on the turn. Open under the gun. Can open this hand for sure. So this hand is probably a little bit too wide. Just gonna experiment a bit. Do research on it. And this spot is actually quite funny. I feel like we have to fold this hand because he's blocking my hand super hard. We have the ace high flush draw, but we have two players behind. I'm going to fold it for now and then look it up after. Betting for large size. And then here the straight comes in. My opponent checks. I think we value bet here. 9 comes in. Super easy call on the turn. He checks, we have showdown, so we just check it back. Does have the straight. Maybe he can bet again. My opponent decides to call. We have a standard c-bet here, blocking a lot of the range. When we check, we'll struggle with aggression. This is a very interesting spot. Don't really have clean outs. We're blocking a lot of the bluffs, so I think we can fold here, but it feels somewhat dirty. Test did have a very big draw. To pair with a gut shot. I think he's checking range here, so we can definitely check back a couple of hands where we feel like we don't want to play a big pot. I think we have an easy check back here on the turn. 6-9 comes in, jack 9. It's a lot of combos of hands that are better than our hand now. King 7, King 8, King 10. So it's very easy to start betting with hands that are like, they look kind of strong, but they're not. So we just check it down on the river as well. Here we have the very relevant ace of heart blocker. So we can start bluffing on a lot of turns. There's a queen that could come in for a rep. And taking down this hand on the flop would be very favorable. Yeah, so title is wrong. I'm sorry about that. Under the gun limp. King 9, 7, 7. This hand also very interesting to look up how we should navigate it on the river. I'm pretty sure we can bet for value. But also Tony is a very capable opponent that could put us in the blender. Queen, Queen, 6, 5 seems to be nice to limp from there. So our dream is coming true. We go and play this hand against one opponent instead of 3 or 4. We fold Queen 6 deuce. Let's see what he has. Ace Queen 8 9. So here we were limping under the gun. I think we can start betting actually. We do limp a ton of queens. So it's fine to bet. I'm blocking the 7s. That's our main like value hand. Nobody has a 7. Pick up the aces. So with money in the middle already, we have pretty wide limping ranges. Play basically everything as a call, and we go from there. So we're at SP of 4 point something, and our hand is quite dry. Always feels annoying to check when you feel like you could pot bet, get it in. But checking doesn't mean that we lose the hand here with aces. So I think you also have to like become comfortable with playing hands out of position. He can still have a lot of kings. I think a lot of kings check back. So for that reason, we don't want to bet so much, but we're going to call all of our aces here in this line. And then evaluate on the river. Checks it back. 10 jack 4 5 seems a bit wild, but probably fine. Might think that line is very like air heavy for me. Thus 2k PLO doesn't have enough action to do the challenges on 2k. I think not, because they don't calculate it per dollar, but they do a point system in which I think it heavily favors the champion coming from the 500 PLO. We call here, but super whatever, we can definitely fold. PLO Mastermind by Jin Nandes. PokerBot really likes these smaller bets. I think you can use almost any size as the undergun raiser there. Bets again. Let's see what he has. Ace, Queen, 3, 5, which is a hand I think you really want to check back. So maybe this guy's emergy on the turn. So we're not only going to look up our own hands, but we can also look at opponent hands. Going to 3-bet here. Okay, there's a hand that is super fine as a call as well. We get to use all kinds of sizes here. We go for a bigger one where my opponent might be inclined to fold weak aces or a weak ace. We stab once here. Very hard to win that pot by checking. My opponent extremely balanced, of course. So PokerBot with another bet. I think we just call here and then potentially bluff rivers. It's representing Queen 10 here, of course. I think we want to bet here, but checking could be something. Another hand. Can look up. Jack 4, even with the ace king, I think is a nice hand to start checking with. Even now, and it might be a good hero calling hand where we're blocking the Jack 4. We block ace king, which might be counted towards showdown value for my opponents. Just check it back. Don't think it's necessarily to reopen the action. Check it back and we pick up an amazing out. My opponent bets, and I think it's a pretty cool hand to start betting with. Keep our opponent sharp. I mean, we're saying it's a bluff, but it's not really. We have 50% against almost any holding. With seeing winning hands can quickly adjust and destroy them. Yeah, it brings a lot of levels to this game. Huge jars. He almost told us what he used for training, but the Royal interrupted. Good luck. Let's fucking go there. How many days is the PLO Cash Game Fest? It's 4 weeks in total. Fresh Melon Juice is saying, thanks man. Good luck today. Happy to see you play. Better with insomnia till 2nd of November. Thanks, what's poppin' Dirk? Emil the Raccoon. How long per week are you taking to review hands? It really depends on which era I'm in. There's long stretches of not reviewing much, and then at the moment I'm losing a lot. I'm very motivated to compete for the heads-up lobby, so I've been doing my homework. Okay, we start with a check. We have a queen and a jack of clubs. I think we're supposed to defend here against a small size. It's also kind of a cool spot if our opponent checks back on the turn to bluff on the river, because it's very hard to float air against a size like that. My opponent does decide to go for the big bet with a net flush. So maybe a net flush that benefits from checking back somewhere, but I think people are always inclined to bet their nuts, even though they're supposed to check back the nuts every now and then. You have to keep your opponents guessing. Small bet. Not sure if that's a thing, but do open up yourself to being bluffed. Let's find the call. open. To turn the 10. Small bet for my opponent. So these small bets, I oftentimes try to look at them. I mean, this is not small, like it's 1/3. I look at them as checks more than bets. I try to figure out what I would have done if the bet wasn't there. I would bet large, so that's how I try to reflect. Terrible timing. Definitely a hand we could bluff with. Yeah, not sure how he's not bluffing with that hand. 18 check down. Just gonna collect a lot of reads on my opponents. Go from there. Also, this sizing seems to be a little bit suspect in big ante environment. We're going to look into it. I'm going to show you how I approach these kind of spots. You can see even mugged hands, if they lose in showdown, crazy. Any recommendations on how beginners Sanitas coming in to grab my tables, as he should. Don't worry, guys. I think we size like this on boards like that. Of course, we're bluffing here. We do get the fault. It's so funny that you stick the combo in the face of your opponent. Can you make the tables bigger? Not really. Guess you have to watch on the desktop. Tables are big enough. Why doesn't he use a HUD? I will be using one when I play just myself, but on stream, I think it's fine to play without. This hand is kind of mediocre, so we're just gonna get rid of it. Another hot guy. Can you sit at the same spot on each table? Yeah, that's, you see, that's some good feedback, eh? That's good feedback. Upper left is different. What's your study play routine when you were starting up? Play. There was not much studying. I mean, there was also not much material out there, but it was mostly playing. Good luck in the challenge. Are you going to put in a lot of hours? I'm going to put in a medium amount of hours. Why can't I find the Cash Game Championship tables in the lobby? Because you are retardinho. Okay, found them already. Well done, sir. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43 tables for the Cash Game Championship. Wow, that's wild. Very, very interested to see the results of the first day. We're just gonna play for 4 hours, trying to share all my, well, not secrets, but the way I think about spots. We can limp this hand, we can raise this hand. God from stock opens into our big blind. The big blind 3 betting range is super strong, and it's very hard to mix in bluffs. I think people really struggle with it. Here we have the queens, and I think we mix here where we call sometimes and we raise sometimes. Against those small sizes, we're very much inclined to raise. I think I'm just gonna bet here for a pot. On this turn, I'm not sure if I can bet. And here we have a nice decision. We bet the 1/3 and we check it down. Going to look up that hand as well. Check back, relatively standard, I think. There's a lot of straights that come in, and we block the queen, so we're blocking like hands that can call. So I think it's a relatively standard check back. Here we check the river, hoping for a check. We do get a check, and we're too late with the hand review. Too late with it. Okay, I have this one. We'll grab this one as well. All these things that I'm saying are based on knowledge that I have from Heads Up. I just have to see if it actually holds up in study court. We're having a hot start to the championship. Jesus Christ, 42 tables running, that's super insane, right? We open the Jack, Jack 9, 8. Call, squeeze, overcall. Okay. double suited kings maybe a hand like 4-4-5-5 double suited. We're going to call the jacks. Just imagine. Oof, trouble hand. Pull bet from my opponent. I think we're gonna make a tight fold here. He does never have a bluff here. And against his value part, I'm kind of flipping. Against the stronger part, I'm kind of dead. Shoving into 4 players. Mr. Djokovic. It feels like super bad to fold here, but just think his range is extremely... Wow, ace-10. Yeah, that's the bottom of his range. We're doing quite well against ace-10. Net alert. I'm a net. No, I feel bad. Bad with the 8s. Yeah, we have a close spot. Queen 10. I think we can just fold it, but it's definitely close. Those good shots to the nuts are worth a lot, and we do have backdoors there. Even if 5 is an out in most setups. What are good starting hands in PLO to play with? So either you want to have high cards, strong cards, cards that connect very well together. And if not for high cards, then it has to be a connected hand or a hand that can make a strong hand on a board that you're not supposed to connect with. So when you're under the gun and you play a hand like king 4-5-6 double suited or 5-6-7, it's a hand that can make straights and your opponent is not going to expect you having too many straights. Okay, here we flop a double gutter with double back to flush draw. Lead. I think everything is on the table. I'm going for a very funky raise here. Calling would be the standard, and then just every now and then we raise here. It's unlikely that my opponent leads there with a hand that he folds directly. But let's see. He comes over the top. Yeah, we actually have to peel right now. Or at least it feels like that. Yeah, we're gonna bet big. Win hand. Bet small. 4 and 9. I think we just peel ones and fold. we really have a very weak hand for how much money we've put in here. Well played. We really squeezed out the maximum there. Super strong lead, unfortunately for us. We did have a couple of outs against this sizing. Definitely one of the guys to learn from in this challenge. Okay, and this like always feels super uncomfortable. There's overpairs on paired boards. It feels like you're always getting outplayed by your opponent. I think we call here. I think he has to check almost range there on the turn. Could bet super small. Does end up having the kings. He leads small here. Really opening the door for a race. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's see what he has. Jack 5. Super quick timing as well. I try not to read into it too much, but fold here, king 9, played that fine. Here we're mostly betting. These top sets are being used for slow plays as well. So maybe when we have king 8, 5 or something, we want to play it slow, but I think we just want to get money into the pot. Pretty nice turn. Brings in a lot of draws. Wouldn't mind a little race. Okay. I'm making a video of this huge pot. We get it in with the top set. Almost get it in. I think we can check it back here with the aces. Djokovic. Tough one. Imagine having a set of 8s here. Makes the fold. Wow. Yeah, check raising could be cool here. I think we just want to bet. Here we call. Wow. Pot bet re-raise fold. That's insane. Wasn't expecting that. Kind of cool. We don't get to see his hand. Very unfair. Small bet by Tess. We did follow our queens, which is fine, I think. Shows up with the 8. This flop, I think we're best of starting with a check. I'll see if that is actually true later on in the review session. And with a pair and a gut shot to the nuts, we're actually going nowhere. Imagine spiking a 6 here. I think folding here would be a pretty huge mistake. And then on the 8 we might have some leads even. But we're just gonna call this time around. Tess comes in with the limp re-raise, interesting. Flop top set. It's been Smooth sailing so far. Can we come with the bet? He had this hand. And here with the 8, I think we have a very clear candidate for check call, check call. We river the full house. My opponent has all the queens, all the queen 8s. I mostly have aces. So I wouldn't be surprised if Kimcon tries to bluff me off a hand like that. We're calling, not slow rolling him. He does have the queen 8, that's rather unfortunate. Rather unfortunate. It always sucks when you have like the perfect combo to hero call and then your opponent just has the goods. As they sometimes have more than you want. Going to be well behaved. Fold here, we're going to call. His king with backup is always a call on the turn, and then on the river it becomes kind of spicy. I think we're gonna give my opponent. PLO's booming, baby. 43 tables. Yeah, it is fucking insane. I'm going to fold here. My opponent shows up with 4-5 Jack 10. Djokovic earned the creative tag. Could I have called? Certainly. Should I have called? I'm not sure. Going to put it in the solver. Super cool bluff. On top of everything, this is gonna be a great showcase of like how people are playing these days. Sometimes you're still stuck in the old way of thinking where people underbluff. I think in any 10-20 game that would be a normal fold, but given that my opponent showed the ability to bluff with a combo like that, makes it so that we have to consider calling every now and then. Ace queen jack 10. It's not great, but I'm gonna start with a check. Here on the deuce of spades, I think we have a nice combo that we could start bluffing with. The problem is my opponent is a sticky guy. Probably the last person you want to do it against. We do get the bluff. It's also funny because I know a lot of these guys. Not sure if there's an approved bluff. Gonna put it into the solver. A hand like this is a nice candidate to the limp. Like sometimes in 6-max it's hard to have bluffs. And if that's the case, you really want to start bluffing very aggressively. Bada boom, insane fold. Why folding? Getting 3-1. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? You had SPR2. I think it's a close spot. How many hours you grind a day really depends on the action. So if it's slow, not that many. But if it's popping, as many hours as humanly possible. Mahazan with a big win there. Running hot so far in this challenge. Djokovic. He's a creative guy. What the hell did he have in that hand? Super wet board. Like, it's very likely that we will find the next few PLO stars in this challenge. These lineups are not easy at all. So it could be the case that we find like a couple of very underrated players that are showing like some super strong poker. Also, these tables got quite deep at some point. For instance, now I have the aces and 200 big blinds deep. You play them differently than 100 big blinds deep. Just gonna smooth call this time. We're not suited. I'm going to bet here like this. Going to bet. He's going to fold. Those turn spots are always interesting out of position. Where limp raise, it's super whatever with his hand. Start with a check. So we do with our entire range and a pretty easy fold. My opponent gets to bet there a lot. The hand he had is probably a mix, I would think. You can look it up. Four tables. I guess if you want to have a shot at winning this challenge, you have to 12 table. It's pretty wild. Yeah, a couple of crazy hands already. Let's see how the chat is doing. On the stream, cool to see. Thanks. Live PLO MTT power rankings. I rate you, Dylan Wiseman, Ben 86, and Rob Cohen. It's a very interesting list you're putting down there. I think your reads are not so good. Could review each 1 hour win, loss, all in, EV, etc. so that people joined later could be on track with mentioning the top spots. Yeah, it's kind of hard to combine everything. Going here for the cheeky value bet. Cheeky value bet. Six nine, we bet small. If we get raised here, I think it's a candidate to call. Yeah, it's hard to combine everything, so... Chat, who are you most excited to watch during the championship? It's a good question. Coin Poker official. Imba Jimba, because he hates making mistakes. That's a good one. Do you have any goals, targets for the Cash Game Championship? Just bring some awareness, like playing a couple of cool hands. I'm not going to grind for the win. Doesn't really make sense for me. Good luck there with most streams during the Cash Game Championship. If possible, would love to see some stats earnings for this cash challenge. I will provide those. When is the official coverage starting? Question to Coin Poker and Dirk. What do you think about playing at Unibet? I have no idea because I don't play there. So I cannot help you with that. Getting dealt some aces. To pair with a good shot to the nuts. Here we get to squeeze our aces. Small bet. It's a bit mergy, but probably fine. I think we can bet 1/3 here and incredibly rep. I think we just bet once here and then not give up on the hand, but we do get raised. Yeah, what do we do now, huh? For a real ambush we bet. It sucks because in our 3 betting range we have more like naked blockers, so we can bluff all of them. I think we're just gonna go for it. Djokovic, very creative player himself, so I do expect him calling sometimes. They do not, and they're presented with a bluff straight away. Naked set goes into the checking range. Not forced to do it, but I think it can make a lot of sense. This board, we're going to call with the jacks. It's not super nice because if we do hit a full house, it's not the nuts. But we're in position and we're gonna get a lot of checks on the river and a lot of runouts, I think. Djokovic in the time bank. Like when he checks, we're always checking, I think. Does have a flush. Trying to trap me. Not sure if his sizing is the preferred sizing. Chat Pro number 1 checking in for duty, sir. The Culture Watch. Welcome, sir. The Apollo has to be favorite for this challenge. Would you take anyone over him? I think you, yeah, I would take a lot of guys over him because I think you can outgrind him relatively easily. Feels like. I don't know. I think we can check call here. Double backdoor flush draw. It's people just don't stab with air enough. Here we're going for the slow play extraordinaire and a limped pot. Djokovic with the bet. We're raising now. We're checking. Blocking 2 pair. We block 9-10. We block 5-9. I don't know. Call. Call. Sir. Yeah, we're changing the way we do coverage for this edition. Instead of doing full day coverage every day, we'll be bringing recaps on stream every couple of days. That way we ensure there's interesting action at all times during the streams. Okay. Thanks for the answer. Looking forward to the recaps. Any chance of getting a replayer that shows decision timings? So much great content on your YouTube in terms of session reviews and hand analysis. I like every time everyone, including the host streamer, is wondering what the bet call timings were on the sick hands. Would be great future for your content. Future and feature, I think. That's coming in with the small sizings again. 10, 5, 6. I think we just muck. Ace queen, backdoor flush draw. It's super whatever, but I think we want to play this hand for sure. But the thought of getting a 3-bet is not so nice. Coin Poker official saying, yeah, I totally agree. Decision timings are very important to replay, and definitely sometimes we're looking into improving. Not sure if we can make it happen for this edition, unfortunately. Fair. I think this is a nice hand to bluff with. We do actually have a good shot to the nuts. Hey, you stream really well. I love to become your dedicated fan and support you. Mind adding me on Discord? Okiki. Yeah, okay, I can try. Would be nice to have someone. at the moment it's just me clicking around. Add friend. This is how Poker official is out. Busy day ahead. Add friend. Let's see. Oh, Kiki underscore 20. Okay. Friend request headed your way. I'm going to 3-bet the double suited aces. F cares. Yeah, it's definitely strong players. Strong players on this kind of board. We use the pot size. Very hard for Quincy to have a hand. He does have a lot of hands that contain a 10 that would like to see a turn. This 5 is terrible for his range. He almost never has a 5 here. And I have all the overpairs, so I think we shove range or close to it. Would be interesting to see if we use other kind of sizings as well. Nice, 644, pretty terrible to bluff with. Call. Drill the 6 deuce. So every time you're inclined to bet a hand like this, you're like, okay, what are we going to do on any turn? So when the answer is we don't really know, unless it's the 6 or a deuce, we just check. Yeah, it's been a pretty sick start, I guess. I wonder how many tables I'm gonna count again for you guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35 tables of 2-5, 35. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 47 tables. Wild. Including the 10-20. Small bet yet again. I don't think we're gonna fold. It sucks because it feels like my opponent really has it there more often than he should. I think that hand can even bet bigger. Going to squeeze here with ace, queen, jack, jack, double suited. We get one fold, which is kind of nice. We're well ahead of his range. I think we're going to start with a check here. In not so super good shape. Start with a check here. Check there as well. Yeah. How do we size here? That's a good question. What are we trying to... I think half pot is fine. It's kind of dirty if we get jammed on here, but then again, we do have an ace. Check. Does not find the bluff, which I understand. We get raised here and... Yeah. Yeah, that's the gist of the story. I feel like sometimes we jam it in here. Super bad combo to do it with, but also a creative player on the other side. He's saying I have tens or check back 7. We do have equity against 7s, of course. Out of position, like sometimes you want to respond with a jam. And he does have a not good hand. Ooh, okay, we're in the flow state. We're in the flow state. We are in the flow state. I'm gonna look up if that is actually a thing. Might be number 1 on the leaderboard, huh? With the run that I'm on. Going to start with a check here. Check back. It's like... A stab. Going to raise. Let's see. If that is a thing. This is the kind of hand you 3-bet in the big blind against the open. Will we do it? We do it. Maybe the 7 has to be an 8. This is the kind of flop you want to check a lot on, especially if you don't have any clubs. Going to check all again, reminds me a bit of the hand we had against Kumikon. Bets have pot. Pick up a diamond draw. Going to be an interesting hand. How long have you been with your girlfriend? Will you get married soon? I'm not sure if she wants to get married at all. As in, not that I'm the wrong guy, but I'm not sure if that's what she's looking for. Nope. pot bet. Ooh. I don't think we can fold here. That's a terrible river. If I had a club, I would be inclined to represent it, but kind of tough with this hand now. Like maybe I should still do it when the front door comes in. A lot of his semi-bluffs are going to contain clubs. I just think it's a little bit too crazy to do it. Goes all in, we have an easy fold. Let's see what he has. 9 high flush. We had plenty of outs against his hand. Yeah, I think I played that fine. Good luck, thanks for streaming this. Yes, no worries. Quite exciting stuff. Jungleman won't be playing this as he just wants to bum hunt fishy streamers and live streams. We have spoken about playing quite a bit actually, so I think he's gonna play against me. Not 100% sure, but defend the big blind. So that means either I'm a fish or he does have a good set of balls on him. Let's see, it's only 4 card, not 5 card. Yes, sir. Yeah, it would be cool if they do it for 4 card as well, but I think we want to do mostly checking here. So many 7-3 and 7-8 combos that beat us. Now we might want to size very big where my opponents are kind of inclined to call with Jack 10, 8 or 7, thinking that they block the hand that I'm wrapping. Tess comes in with a raise. That's kind of crazy. I think we can just make this hand pretty easily actually, not blocking the straight. It's so funny that some decisions are very easy. He did have the nuts there. Not a big fan of his sizing, but that's another topic. Luke Butter in the chat. The PLO Mastermind machine. We might use Mastermind a little bit in our review. What is this Cash Game World Championship thing? Mind explain again. Yeah. Let's see if I have the link for you. As if I'm not busy enough already. Got you, bro. Got you. We're also gonna do a giveaway on stream, $500. Four card is the way, 5 card is flipping all the time. I mean, there's a lot of skill behind good 5 card players, but yeah, equities do run closer pre-flop. I think we have to make this hand. Let's see what the cutoff is. We're gonna make a little screenshot. Plenty of hands where I'm not sure what I'm doing entirely. Luke Butter, you haven't done a stream for a while. I think it's because of YouTube being a pain in the ass when it comes to streaming and putting out content. Is 2K max on the 1020? I think so. Are you playing it throughout or just here and there? Just here and there. Luke Potter has some other priorities. 8, 5, 4, 3. Yeah. I think we're supposed to fold 25% or something of our range there, and this probably goes into that bucket. I have to work out a plan where my limping range is not as obvious as it is now. Here I'm gonna put in a super small value bet. 25%, small enough where you can call any pair with some blockers. Half pot makes it very easy for us. I think we can call here. Actually I don't, the ace and king of diamonds is pretty bad. Like you don't want to block your main value hand. But whenever in doubt, just click it as long as you look it up after. We check here. And if my opponent bets, it's kind of rough because he's representing aces or kings and we're not blocking aces, we're not blocking kings. We're blocking 1-7, we're not blocking a 10 or a 9, so I think if he sizes up, we actually just hit the muck. Kind of insane sizing as well, he's representing more than an overpair here. I think we just fold. Let's see what he has. Ace, jack, 9, 5. Well played, sir. This is not a thing, but I would hate to play this hand as a limp. Would much rather play against one opponent. Can hit some flops that are not really expected to be hit, but the ace king is the end of this hand. Gonna go for the double squeeze. So if you're looking for bluff 3 bets, ace jack 10 7 works quite nicely. What to do? I think we actually hit the check button every now and then on a board like this, but then again, I think it works fine as a bet as well. I think all the options are here or on the table. We start with a check. We start with a check and then we figure it out. If Kumikon bets and he gets 2 colors, we have a relatively easy fold. Now that he checks, I think we're always all in. Becomes a bit spicy when he shoves and he calls. But as played, I think this is the way to do it. Let's see, we're hoping to be up against like a naked queen jack. Oof, okay. That's a pretty bad hand to be up against. He's blocking house to the straight, had a higher flush draw and a better made hand, but we still had a decent amount of equity. Let's see, time really flies when I play. Let's see how long we've been playing. 2 hours. 2 hours and counting. This usually opens to a custom small size, what to make of it and how to play against it. I find it quite annoying for some reason. Well, we just call way more. Against smaller sizes. because it's annoying because you're not used to it. But for that reason, it's nice to use it. But I think the preferred sizing is pot. You've still got yesterday's stream title. Yeah, I've tried to change that many times, but right, I'll fire this up again. Let's see if it works. Docs, restream channels. Pair gets it to the nuts and some potential bluff outs. He's supposed to lead on the king quite a bit. He's got all the kings, or a lot of them. Expecting another bet on this queen, and we just have to fold. Yeah. Seems fine. Test with another small bet. I mean, I'm going to call, but it sucks not to have a 9, 5, 7, 6, like all these things are pretty bad for calling. Ends up overcalling with the jacks, Mahazayan. Unnecessary, I think, but could be a thing. We have a decent amount of people watching, over 200. That's nice. Welcome, everyone. Since streaming, have you noticed how much your opponents have adjusted to you, willing to fold to you more, or vice versa? I feel like they have been calling me more, but it's very hard to get a proper read on it. I really wonder how many tables Maha is playing. Some of the big guns are showing up. Seb, favorite of the chat. He's always got a pretty big mouth, but he's showing up to play. Can't be mad at that. If Coin does a 5-card championship, the chat is going to be full of why not 6-card, 5-card when, 6-card when. Is there a max amount of tables you're allowed to play for the Cash Game Championship, like at a time? I mean, Coin Poker has a cap of maybe like 12 or 16 tables. So, chat, do we know how many tables Dirk is playing? I am playing 4 tables. Very hard to do anything over 4. This lobby is looking fucking sick. Never seen anything like it. Very nice to see that it's popular. Going to see that. Yeah, it's super sick. Like, I don't know how they do it with the results, but it would be very nice to see how everyone is doing after one day. Like, if you're really a 6-6 max player and you're playing with no rake, this should be a super nice spot. Internet's a bit laggy. Always nice when you're streaming. check here, check and pray, but so unlikely to take the pot down. Test with the limp. Like soon enough we're gonna find out who's like full of shit and who actually knows what he's doing. I think we just see bet here quite liberally. Could check back as well. It's kind of hard to make a better hand fold. Rook e5. This might be insane. I don't think the action is gonna be this good, the entire challenge, but that can be a 200k winner if the action is this big. I'm leading here. It's not really a thing at the stack size. Just see it as the only way to win this hand. Here we're going to squeeze. We're well ahead of his range. And the button range should be relatively wide as well. And here, I think range-wise, we're mostly just either pulling or checking. So even with the stronger part of our range, that's how we'll proceed. Little open. Little exploitative open. Bet here. I think we just call. Seems a bit tight, but really don't want to get into a raising battle. We'll check and decide here. On the jack, we have plenty of showdown value. Not against that hand. Not against that hand. We're 2 hours in Coin Poker Championship. I don't know, sometimes I'm also just clicking buttons. These four-way spots are quite tough to navigate. Here we're fucking around with a hand that we should not play. So tough to click the right button in those four-way pots. Check back here with the 8-high flush. This run out, I think we can bet for pot size. The 9-10 goes into the the bluff catching category. Can we come with the pot bet? It sucks because I think there's plenty of 6-8 combos and check 8 combos that can play like this, but then also my combo is kind of nice for calling. There's a lot of people who would check back his hand. I actually think it's a nice shot at winning the hand. Open and a call, so I think we have a relatively easy squeeze. These are the positions where I'm squeezing quite a lot, so he should be 4-betting quite wide as well. Same for cutoff and button, but even more so. Oof. Yeah, these are the spots that I don't know that well. Also this one. It's not great. It's not looking great. He hits this board pretty well, but with the pair, I think we're supposed to just jam it in. Here without any backdoor. I think we can fold it, but you found it so quick as well. Jack, Jack, 3-3. Wow. Okay. And a fold over here, so we're cruising. We're fucking cruising. Oh, he really snap led there. It's kind of wild, I think. Very okay hand to do it with. I'm not picking on his hand choice. Going to check the nuts here. We don't really want to play for stacks. Small bet. Not flush. Don't really want to play for stacks. Not a great hand. It's an okay hand to lead. I like leading more than to fold here with ace. I like leading more than check calling. He did have a bluff there. We have to be sharper. Hard to stack him with a 4. We could, but just gonna check call here. This could definitely be an overpair with a flush draw or something along those lines. Thinking about doing something spicy. The lead. The lead with the 4. We got it. We got it. I think you can check back most turns as well, but not so sure about it. Start with a bet here. We're blocking part of the hands that we get value from. So checking might be a thing. Like having the jack is super bad because now we're blocking ace jack. So I think this is the kind of hand that we mix betting and checking with on the turn. Here we're going to step. Super nice hand to step with. We have the diamond, we have the hearts, we have the outs, we have the deuce. It's a pair like that is kind of important because it adds a lot of value to your hand. He does end up with the ace jack. And here I think we bet small, 1/3. Super nice because we're unblocking all of those jack 10-7 hands. It's a bit like thin to bet full pot there. Coinbook has a cap of 12 tables. Thank you, Assassinato. I think we can fold here. By the way, the music in the last 2 streams is quieter and more micro than it was before. The balance was better before. But overall it's okay, it's just a bit quiet. Yeah, I've been like turning the music down because people were complaining, but I guess now that I have a new mic, I can put it up a little bit. Let me know how that is. Maybe I went a little bit too crazy. Okay, the first people are leaving the table. It's break time. Going to check call here with the ace jack 4-5. Now we're gonna fold. He does have the 3. Two more hours of gameplay. I could probably limp. Ante smaller though. Going to open this hand. Ace, ace, 4-4. I feel like we're getting so many aces. Maybe we get to bet for a big size as well. Blocking 4s though. Might be a cool hand to check. Then again. Not really. I'm gonna bet here with the nuts. Checking might be a thing there. Gonna check it out. Like ace ace 9 is definitely super nice to check. Blocking the set of 4s is super bad, of course. That's the kind of hand we want our opponent to have. Looks like people have lost their concentration after 2 hours. Still so many tables. Here we're gonna bet 3 times. Limp fold. We're getting premiums on premiums. Okay, Queen King. I mean, it's a flop that hits him harder than it does us. Just think we're mostly going to bet, sometimes checking. Super interesting flop as well. Do we want to protect our checking range there? Or do we want to do it with just king queen? Pot bet already from the Kumikon. I'm going to make an exploitative fold, or maybe not even, but I block 0 pairs and I have a flush. I think I can fold it, but yeah, this time I was right, but yeah, it doesn't prove my thesis long term. Why other limping, no rake plus small ante have so much impact in preflop PLO? Yeah, you can limp a bunch when there's no rake and a big ante. You have seen that well. Are you up or down on today's session? We're doing well today, like big stacks, and I haven't lost many buy-ins, I think. So if I had to guess, I'm up 16k or something. Like this green felt, by the way, so much better for viewer experience. What do you think about short deck 6+? I have never played it. What's your plan in this challenge? I'm just gonna showcase what's happening on Coin Poker and play whenever I feel like it. Work on my 6-max game a little bit. I mean, it's decent, but it's definitely not top 10 in the world decent. I think we're just gonna give up on this one. We're trying to win the whole championship. I'm not. I think it's fairly unlikely that I will be able to do it. Because you have to grind super hard, and as you can see, there's like 40 tables running at the moment. Also, money-wise, it's definitely not the best use of my time. I can limp, why not? But we're hoping for... We're hoping for someone who allows a limp in the big blind. I guess we're mixing here, betting and checking. This run out will just... We check raising the flop. Here we're going to limp raise. That's how we protect. That's how we're protecting our ranges. We start with a bet. I think this is a very clear bet spot. Bet again. Putting maximum pressure on his 2 pairs, lower flushes. Again, as you can see, my timing today has been impeccable, not because I'm a great poker player, but just because I ran well timing-wise. So whenever I was bluffing, people folded. Whenever I was betting for value, people were calling. This might be a bit wide. Let's see. Just gonna look it up. Get a better feeling for the limping ranges. I have a not so great feeling because I usually play raise only in those Triton tournaments from the cutoff and the button, which I think is a fine strategy. Hopefully this stream will be helpful for people who want to compete at the $500 level. offline at the moment. That makes me sad. Something is going on with Restream. Let's see. No, we actually have a lot of viewers. 200 on YouTube. Guys, don't forget to drop a like. It really helps with the visibility. If a lot of likes come in at the same time, YouTube pushes the content quite a bit. And here we have 70 guys. I'm still wearing my glasses. That's funny. Okay, A655 is a fine open. Easy to call, a 3-bet with, and whenever the big blind defends, he'll incorrectly maneuver himself on lower boards, and that we might sometimes hit with his hand. We do not hit. Oof, 10, 10, 7, 8, sexy hand as well. I wish Triton was like this. We just put everyone in front of a computer and we grind it out. These sizes are so big, I'm not sure what to make of it. It seems kind of value heavy, so if I had to guess, Kumikon has a very strong hand there. I really hope Kobus will be competing in the Cash Game Championship. I also think he has a very good shot at winning it. Seems to be a more appropriate size in multi-way pots. Let's see if we can see the hand. Of Kumikon, we can't. Not sure if this is a thing, so we're going to look it up. Kumikon comes in with a limb re-raise, interesting. Does mean he's somewhat balanced. Let's select that hand and see if we do protect our raising range there. This size also very big. I mean, the guy is balanced, but if I had to guess, he's slightly weighted towards stronger hands there. I think we want to bet twice here. 5, 6, 6. Oh yeah, it's a beautiful bluff. Apparently that's a size we can use multi-way. Cool, man. This is such a nice opportunity to work on your PLO game. It's incredible that these guys are willing to fight it out, show the hands that they're playing. And to be fair, I'm kind of surprised by the amount of people that are jumping in. So that's cool. I wonder when and if Martin is going to play. Tess is limping a lot for sure. Not sure if just clicking buttons or actually knows the ranges. We're going to find out soon in our first study session. The betting here, like, it's super nice if you make a 10-fold or a king. Open this hand. Going for a little out of line Bluffski. Bet. Going to pot here. We have terrible hand to bluff, but also terrible hand to check. Seb bets and continues there. Looks like a very strong line. I have to defend roughly half of the hands that I call on the turn with. Going to make a fold. Here's our flush. Probably limp this one. These hands, like when deciding whether to check raise or to bet yourself, like oftentimes when you have the set and you have backup, it's nicer to bet yourself and then you have like the naked combo. It's nicer to check raise, so that's how I try to make sense of it. Sizing wise, I think on a board where this much is happening, it's fine to pot bet. But I wouldn't know for sure. Tess is playing very quickly. I would be a little bit worried for him. Then high flush. Nine five. We're gonna check. Not put ourselves in a tough spot. With the aces, we bet. He had 9-5-2. Good luck, Maestro, from Voivo. And John Doe is saying, Vinny, do you have a plan of how many hours per day you intend to play during the World Championship? Not really. It's a waste of time in a sense that 1020 is not really worth it for me. Then again, it's super interesting to work on my game this way. Have this kind of action. So yeah, it depends on a couple of things. Kind of close, but 4-way. I think we can fold. 300 people tuning in. Always nice. Not really, 250, but fake it till you make it, baby. I'll try to go a little bit more in depth of the hands. That's what people seem to enjoy. So here in the big blind, we hit this board way harder than the undergun +1 opener and caller, so given the fact that we have a lot of 5-6s compared to them, a lot of sets, this is interesting where we're blocking the ace high flush, which should be a very big part of his range. Yeah, 8. It's not really showdown, huh? So we get to lead sometimes, where it's very tough. I think that hand is super nice to lead with, where there's a lot of turns and rivers we can continue betting. There's a lot of turns and rivers where we make the nuts. If I had to guess, Kumikon is having a bad day because he's still sitting on a lot of starting stacks. Like also, even though that this guy is probably one of the stronger players, doesn't mean that he's the best at exploiting the player pool. We're playing 10-20, so people are like have a heavily exploitative strategy most of the time. And if you manage to navigate that nicely, you can definitely win more than a guy that's super focused on how the solver should be playing. Not saying that that's the only thing he's focused on, but sometimes there's people who manage to make a couple of folds in spots where other people don't find it. Start with a check. Probably fold pre-flop. I think we check raise bluff this hand. Like we're doing quite well against tens. Will this guy like stab enough? We do have the jacks. That kind of sucks. Check calling is fine too, of course, but check raising is pretty cool. Can stab. Can stab with air. He did snap fold. Fold here. Okay. Yeah, we're doing great. Probably not first on the leaderboard, but on the leaderboard. Cabbage Juice is asking, is this the real Kumikon? And he's not. The real Kumikon is retired. He did an interview with Joey Ingram in which he looked incredibly sad. If you want to feel bad or better about your life, maybe watch that one. 7 million is not going to make you happy. But he's just a fan of the guy, I guess, which is understandable. He was quite a legend on the heads up streets. Not even sure if I'm allowed to call here properly because we have ante. Small bet, relatively easy call. He milked me nicely. No jack. It's gonna be rough to win that hand. If Maha checks, maybe we just go for it. Nice. Balance checking. Ranges. Tricked me. I think it's okay to stab here, like incredibly tough to win the hand. Wow. Double trap. Holy shit. That's kind of sick, huh? How do you have that hand there? Oh, balance, balance, balance. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Also risky, and it really sucks if it's checked through. I would think that most of the time we're supposed to bet there, but nice check. If it's not worth your time, I'm wondering what you would be doing instead. Well, I mean, I think I can think of 6 or 7 things that are like financially better than playing 10-20 for me personally, and then secondly, socially, there's a lot of things that I can think of that I would rather do than grind 10-20. So yeah, I don't know, man. I could coach for a high number, I could play other tables for a high number, I could tidy up my investments for a high number, I could work on business deals for a high number. There's a lot of things I could do. Fanny, where did you live in Brazil? Have you been to Paraná? I was born in Foz do Iguaçu, where the falls are. I haven't been there. I have not traveled around too much actually in Brazil. I mostly stayed in Rio. I do intend to go back and do a little bit of traveling. Ooh, ace king king king. I guess against an open, just supposed to fold it. Maybe not. We're gonna find out. It's not that interesting because the hand doesn't happen that often. But yeah. Okay, we flop nice little Repski. I think we just call here. It's tempting to raise out of position, but I think on the turn we can bet actually. I'm blocking all the pairs, all the flush draws. We do have a redraw, but then again, I'm not sure. Seems like a nice combo to do it with. And here, Maha hero called someone. Oh no, he had quads. The life. The life of Maha. Nice. Cool line. I think just calling is fine. Flopping a set is fine. Fold here. Big bet. Check raising. More than fine, of course. Continue betting. this with the bet. I mean, obviously, ace wrapping a flush and having the king of diamonds is nice, but it's also bad because that's the kind of hand you could consider bluffing with. We do block the ace. My opponent goes all in. It's kind of likely he has deuces. I'm not going to fold, but people usually don't really bluff. Here we missed the c-bet. Now we're gonna check. Oh, sorry for the slow roll. Oof. Here we pop bet. Full house. Jesus, we run so hot. That's right. Saying probably bad shove, I don't think so. Like, if you don't shove there, then it's probably better to stop playing poker. Okay. Like, this is the kind of hand people like. I like to slow play. I like to fast play this kind of hand. Now I'm crazy enough to put in a couple of bets with a 6. So for sure we want to fast play here. I don't know about this hand. I'm just gonna check it back and give up. Because weaker opponents, it's nice to like put some junk in your delayed c-betting range, but these guys are good at poker. Yazan 6-6. Coming in with the bluff. With the Blevsky. Probably play this hand. It's a close one. Probably just a fold. Gonna go ahead and c-bet here, where like when we check back, we want to check back with slightly better hands, and here we can just make a weak queen fold, which is an amazing result. Good luck. I hope you're doing well. I started off 8 tabling and lost quite a lot. Now down to 3 tables and slowly crawling back. Seppi is struggling so far. Seppi is struggling. I mean, it is a nice idea that every time I'm going to log on, there's going to be games running, I think. Let's see. Let's see how high I am up the leaderboards after today. And go from there. I mean, I clearly have to work on my 6 marks. There's a lot of spots where I'm unsure, but Maha has an opening strat. Great hand to stab when you have no showdown. I think the way it's here, it's fine as a check back. I think we're supposed to bet big here if we want to bluff. And also this is the kind of hand that is the most perfect hand to call whenever he goes over the top there. Here we have a top set. Check that back on the flop. Could also bet, of course. Now we're gonna flat. Hope for a good river. It's a pretty good river. We're blocking the full house though. I think we just bet for pot, but it could definitely be something where we bet smaller because we're blocking the king high flush. Okay, we're gonna do that. Just mix it up. Try to get people to play for the jack or something. Protect our smaller betting range. 2 faults. Yeah, it's very hard to solve those hands that start multi-way and finish multi-way as well. Exciting start. Okay, I'm gonna count the tables one more time, boys and girls. One more time. Let's see. Okay. Jesus Christ, so many 2-5 players. It's probably a really nice way to make a very good month. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 7, 8, 9, 10, which is 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60 tables. Not sure if I'm drunk or just miscounting, but I think it's 60 tables. Wow. That's super crazy. I guess the multi-tabling becomes very important as well. Like if you're only able to play 4 tables, like me. No, not really like me, but... Okay, what do we do? Like, we're gonna c-bet here. What can happen? He can fold a queen, which is amazing. He can fold a weak king, which is amazing. He can fold a 3, which is amazing. We can hit the nuts, we can hit a 9, we can hit a flush draw. Like it's very important that you look at the solver to see what kind of hands you're c-betting, but also like go back to like very logical heuristics. The thing where you ask yourself, okay, can he fold better hands? Can he call worse hands? It's very important. It's very important. Okay, we are in street poker territory. I think my opponent finds the c-bet always. And then now we're going to stack off. Like, it's a terrible spot, of course. I should be slow playing his aces, but let's see. Okay, we have some outs. Ace 10, fair. Fair, don't hate my play. Might be a bit wild, but people do find the c-bet there almost always. We do block the ace. Isolation, 3-bet overcall. I think we always check here. Range wise, we're doing quite poorly. Hoping for a stab or a safe turn. Yeah, it's too bad. That really puts our plans in a tough spot. 0 spades. Just going to check. Hopefully take it to showdown, and then the 7 brings even more problems. Hey. Small bet from my opponent. Don't think this is the kind of hand we want to call with, so I'm going to fold. Eight, 4. Wow, wow, wee, wow. The guy is running quite hot, huh? I think we can get bet small here for value. Just check down pots. It's not like you always check there. Interesting. We'll fold. Nice 7-7. Feels like I've dodged value very nicely today. Wow, so I would consider calling here, but it's just the size of this bet is so ginormous. I'm going to assume that it's strong. Yeah, it's not super strong. Kind of in the middle. Would you call that king full house at lower stakes? Yeah, I was thinking, because it's very hard for people to value jam worse there, and people don't really bluff, so I think you just always have to call, and then against very specific opponents maybe you can close your eyes and fold. I think we just bet. Do we hope to get raised? I don't know. Not really. Here again, a nice hand in position, but do we want to bet on the turn? Probably not. Can we call for sure? Seems to be clear what people want, low or no rake. I mean, it's makes a very big difference, especially for those guys that are playing 2-5. The rake there is quite high comparatively to high stakes. So it's nice to see that people are willing to actually put up a battle whenever the rake is low. Like, it makes you think about the pricing as well. If you can generate that much traffic, maybe there's another way to go about it. I'm going to call here. Raising might be a thing. I don't know. Mostly checking. Same here. Going to do betting. Ace 5, 6, 7. I think 1/3 works nicely. When we size bigger, we're really scaring away hands that are less strong. Small bet ski. Quick call. 7, 8, 8. Yeah, you would have called anything. I mean, maybe it's a spot he wants to think about. Clearly he made the right play for the situation. Nah, to be honest, 3-4 beat him still. 4-7, 7-9. Probably fine. Let's ask him how much. How much is up? You might be leading. Yeah, queens. I think we like to take them to showdown and take worse. Take worse sevens as bluffs. Don't know if we can call here. I can't think of many turns that I would like to play. $25K. The boys are talking about the $25K. Not sure if it's GG Poker or Coin Poker. Probably GG Poker. Gonna call against a small size. King. Call again. Does have the king 8. Tricky bet on the turn, but it could be fine. Rough river, like extremely unlikely that we'll win this hand. Small bet in position. It's not something the solver would do. I think we can call and fold some turns here. It's a pretty good turn. Ric Flair is joining the games. Oh boy. Gonna have some fun hands in that case. Two pair, like, it's a super good turn. Like, it doesn't look great, but it is great. We got kind of lucky there. Funny hand. Does have a queen. EV minus 10, just win flips. Corn on the crop. That might be the guy from Wales, no? Okay, let's see what's going on in the chat. Can your opponent also see what you folded? No, they can't. Good luck, man. Thank you, sir. Nate is back. Bonbon Becker saying, good luck, sir. Too rich to call. Exactly. Fuck promotions. Put ads or something while playing. Martin Stanchev is asking, how much is the rake on 2-5? I don't know exactly. Oh, God. I really want to call this hand. We're calling. It's always like, it always seems you're getting rewarded whenever you're making those meh calls. Alright, this for me. Here again, I think we can. That's so close. 8-3-3, check back the flop. Nice check back. That's a very bad river. He's either gonna have a better hand or going to represent a better hand. So with the size that I used on the turn, it's very unlikely that he does not have a made hand that turned into a full house. We're not blocking anything, so we're folding. King 9. We've been fading. Fading. We completely missed this flop. Open call. We lead 1/3. God, from Stoke, I mean, he really crushes this board. I'm not even sure if I'm supposed to call here. Typed out bets. It's probably fold, but then people show up with these crazy hands. Do we have showdown here? I don't think so. It might be a nice And to stop betting with. Ow. Maybe we should just have bet there. Bluff him off. Where's the pairs or aces? I don't know. If you're really feeling yourself, you find those bluffs and they just work a lot. That hand kind of saved them. That king on the river. 8, 9, 6. Pretty big size. Start with a check call, and I'm willing to fold actually. If his size is big here, as he does, I think it's just a pretty standard fold. 7-7 jack, nice. Good to know that he's capable of putting those kind of bluffs. Here we've been digging a hole against Ric Flair, and we're going to bet again. He's the guy in the player pool that makes, like, for sure the craziest calls. To start with a check here. I think my range benefits a lot from checking. Here we bet once. My opponent is calling. That's interesting because we have the nuts. Good flat call. Not going to do it. Also, there's like a lot of technical or extra aspects to the fact that you can win a watch. So for instance, if you have a close spot but you can like swing harder, I think you have to take the more aggressive route. Just because you make it more likely that you end up winning the whole thing. I think we can fold here. Hits his range so well. We have 0 spades. Hard to navigate turns. Feels a bit like weak sauce, but don't have to feel too bad about it. Check, jack, 5 deuce against a small size. We are defending all over pairs, if I'm not mistaken. It's tough because we definitely do not. Kind of a nice bluffing candidate. Queen wins now, and the aces and kings are tough call there. Going to call here. Oof, trouble hand. Trouble. Seb is betting for the size of the pot. think just calling is fine and then figuring things out on the turn. Here we're gonna check call. Some checks on the river. I think we have a pot bet for value, but it's really player dependent. Does call. Wow, welcome. Welcome, Seb, to the big league. And here my opponent found a check back on the turn, which means he does not have ace 10, not have ace 8. Probably not. Maybe ace 5. Can we bet for value? I don't know. I think we just check. We take it down. That's crazy. Check calling is the way to go here. I completely forgot that I'm good at 6-max. I feel more comfortable than I was expecting. We're running good, the timing is on our side, of course. Here we have a funny spot as well, where if he bets... if he bets, we probably have to call. Now, as played, not too sure what to do. Checking or betting small seems fine. Betting big might even be a thing. Gonna bet again. Check back on the river. Let's go for the bet. Nice. I like his line. Here we're just gonna check back. I wanted to say that's an unfortunate river, but he had the straight already. Open 5, 6, 7, 8 is like perfectly in line. Nice to hit low flops. We get the lead here, not too much. Check calling here is super standard. Club coming in. Eight coming in. Now we don't have to bluff anymore. Big bet on the turn. My good friend Ric Flair does not like folding too much. Queens. Okay. Okay. We have plenty of spots that we can look into. You had the best run I ever heard about, or you are playing versus brain dead people. 25 BB is kinda sick, yeah. That's a very juicy win rate. Play 2, 1, 2, 4 online with 300 buy-in and sometimes take shot at 10-20. Okay, sir. Legendary win rate. If you have that kind of win rate, you should probably move up, but it's your life. It's your life. Rocky finds the 3-bet. Yeah, I mean, we're 4-betting. We're 4-betting, it's close. I mean, could be worse. He snap checked. It's always interesting when people snap check. It's probably the kind of flop where you want to think about leading range, but we have a good shot then. Ooh! Did he flat call the aces? Oh yes, he did. That's funny. I'm not sure if that's a thing. After his call, I don't think we can call anymore, so we're either raising or folding. He flat called. Super interesting. Sure, we get to lead sometimes on the king queen. Really interesting c-bet. I would expect a lot of checks from him. Gonna call. I need to raise. Diamond on the turn would be nice. Extremely suspicious of this line. Could have the same hand, of course. It's a pretty insane river. We're gonna lose to kings now. There might be some donking because his flushes come in and then he's not gonna bet those. King makes a lot of sense. I mean, king jack 10. Okay. Welcome. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. We can limp, we can raise. I prefer playing like 1v1 pots. This is a nice hand to potentially limp. Okay. And we call and we going to face a bet most likely. Chunky one. I mean, we're not going anywhere. The deuce gives us the nuts, the 6 gives us the most likely nuts. The queen is kind of nice as well, so. And on this turn, he's gonna struggle with continuing with like super airy hands, but yeah. Let's see. I think now we can fold. Could do very poorly against his value range, and even his bluffs are gonna contain some equity. Did have the ace-9. Nicely played, good chunky c-bet. I think people don't like to do it. Good banana is back. Back in action. is a reason to lead here, but given the fact that we have the ace as well, is kind of nice and also shitty because we're blocking aces. Starts with a check. I think we want to do mostly betting here. He still has to call his kings, king, king, jack, ace, ace. There's a call as well, but yeah, we're blocking those, so. Ace 8-8-4. Yeah, check raising is a thing. Just gonna check call this time. Here a lot of draws come in, so we just check. We have very mediocre showdown with the eights. Kinda rough to call a bet as well. We do have an ace, which means that my opponent has less aces. Big bet. I think we would much rather call with a hand that blocks the 9-7. So I think we just fold here. Let's see. Super nice bluff by Kimikon. He goes into the creative group. Could we have called there? It's I think the solver will fold, but float by my good friend Rick. Really does not like folding. It's a nice hand to call with, I think. Not out of line. Okay. This hand looks fairly good, but against that chunky c-bet, I think we have to fold. No c-bet. Here as well, it's like super whatever to call there. Here we have a super nice hand to 3-bet with. Chase Makers bets again, we're gonna call. Gonna check. And here, since we're in an endless battle of trying to hero call each other with thin hands, I'm going to call 8-9 jack. Very thin. Very thin and disrespectful. I would probably call a put bet there. Such an interesting guy to play. Piece 2, piece 1. Hello Dirk. I think you can beat the 2K games without rake, even if only racks play when you play rake back even on GG. That's a big statement. You would be winning the rake that GG takes. For winning the aces, by the way. Funny flop. I think we do a ton of... I mean, we probably do a ton of betting. But with this hand in particular, I think we can do a ton of checking. We call at least once and then maybe fold. Maybe even bluff the river, I don't know. Such a weird spot. I'm starting to dislike your stream, the Sepster. Yeah. Yeah, Rocky. Oh, such a nice spot to bluff as well. We block a 10, we block a queen. I think sometimes we're supposed to call here. He's got all the kings, but also not that many kings because you're not supposed to 3-bet them. And he does have a ton of 9s. But also like, yeah. I don't know. Okay. Apparently people are bluffing 6-max. I really have like an old school view on 6-max. People are way more creative than I thought. So far, at least. Piece to piece, the rig is 9 big blinds per 100 hands and 20. That's kind of insane, yeah. But when you only play with top racks, I'm not sure if it's a big difference. I think these lineups compared to GG Poker, this is way better for me in terms of win rates. And that's not because I'm trying to glaze, but just makes a lot of sense from a logical point of view. Jesus, so many tables. Okay guys, we're gonna see 40 minutes and then we do a little review. We've been running hot, huh? We have been running hot. Okay, so yeah, the pre-flop, we should be working a little bit on it. We have a couple of spots saved. On this computer I cannot run the rivers, that's for another time. Should be interesting enough to look at some turns, some flops. Ace queen 6, 3. Could be a candidate for raising. If Kumiko bets again, I think we have to call again on this dry board. On the dry board you defend more hands because on the double flush draw board you have another set of hands to protect yourself with. Now I think we just lead. It's a weird hand where, like, if we check, I think he just checks back with all the hands that are better and finds bluffs with hands that are worse. It's such a dry run out as well. Kind of tough for me to have bluffs. I think I like it. Like, when your range is condensed to very few hands, it's very hard to find bluffs, so you have to be a little bit more creative. And I don't think this is the best example, the hand that just happened, but it's just whenever he's facing that lead, after me calling twice with no flush draws on the board, it's like, okay, sir, like, can you please tell me where you're finding your bluffs from? Well, yeah, combos like this. Jack 9 5 deuce is not an open, I think. And these sizes are seem very old school, very fairly value heavy, but we have seen sub with the bluff. We have a straight now and 0 spade, so I think if we face any aggression we're going to fold. This run out is not great. He has to find a hand that has showdown value and does not want to bluff. That's worse than my 5-7, which is incredibly hard, and I'm just gonna fold. 8-3, that's a very nice one. I think the bet on the flop is not great. I might even consider it a bad bet. From our subster, he seemed very confident in the chat. Flimpy is asking what is the max buy-in in these games. Maximum is 2k, so we're doing very good today. Big stacks. Vidi 1020 is the smallest limit you play. I don't really play 1020 unless it's heads up, and most of the time I don't play it. So this is more for proportional purposes. This is the kind of hand you can bluff 3-bet against the cutoff open. Against the open from there, I'm not sure, but I still like it more than the flat call. So I'm going to hit him with a little 3-bet. Okay. We're going to start with a bet. We benefit a lot from generating folds. Here there's kind of an in-between hand where top pair with a double flush draw. If you get check raise there, it's like insane waste of equity. We do get check raised. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, nice. Going to open here might be a bit close. Blocking that king of spades is super bad. We get most value from like stacking the king high flush when we have the ace high flush when we play a hand like this. This is interesting. Okay, so this guy leads. I think we are better off flat calling and potentially doing something funky on the turn. Like we're not planning on folding, but when the flush comes in, it might hit us more than it hits him. Here, I think I'm going to bet. I don't think we have a lot of folding equity. But just imagine betting here and he folds anything. I think he checks a lot of flushes on the turn and we are dead some of the time. But if we manage to make him fold anything that has value, we're just printing here. He does find the call and we river the straight. Makes a good call there. It's not easy. Like I have so many flushes. Jay Nanda's joining the championship. We're on a tear, huh? Jesus Christ. back the 10 high flush, it's fairly hard to get multiple streets. 2 maybe, but definitely not 3. We want to we can definitely call twice after checking, so that's how you try to put the right hand into the right betting line. Let's see, how are we doing? Twitch is popping. 300 people watching. That's kind of nice. It's been a while since we had that kind of viewership. I think we're just gonna see bet here. Having that gut shot to the nuts is actually quite nice. It's like low equity but very high reward if we do hit it. So when we get check raised, it's actually okay-ish, where to fold, where if we bet and we fold a bigger chunk of equity, it's kind of a shame. I think we check back here on the turn and go from there. We river the flush. If he bet super big here, it would make 0 sense. Made a couple of hero folds already, so hands that he can bluff with are 2, 3, 5, which is very unlikely. A hand like Queen Jack 10, which we block. He can bet a lower flush maybe for this size. I don't think so. I just have a very hard time finding bluffs, so I try to hero fold. You know when you're locked in, huh? We're locked the fuck in. Yeah. Broski. Okay, pot bet bluff here. We're wrapping a flush. We have equity when we get called. If we make a straight fold, that's great. If we make a low flush fold, that's also great. Sizing, not sure about. Dr. Upswing is asking if the VODs are activated. I think they're not, but you will be able to rewatch on YouTube. So. Ace for deuce. I think he's checking his range. So. It looks like a nice step, but I think we want to block a jack or a king or a 10 or a queen or potential squeezing hand, probably not against under the gun. I'll note it down. $20, maybe we're up like 10 buy-ins. Who would have thought, huh? Was about to say maybe it's nice to step here. Again, this size is like, it looks super strong, is super strong. I feel more comfortable than I thought I was going to feel. Yeah, we're gonna bet this one once, and the turn is super fine street to do it on. Smaller size is kind of interesting. I think we lead small here sometimes. Just clicking buttons at this point. Or kings and no raise. I think you have to think about a raise there, but yeah. Might be fine not to do it. Might be fine. We're going to check raise this one. Represent the kings. Like a benefit of having the pairs is that, of course. Now we can stack fives. I'm not too sure what the sizing should be here, but yeah, the kings, like, I'm not sure. I don't know, bro. Super thin value here. Opening ourselves up to be bluffed. Against this kind of size, we can fold 60% quite comfortably. So, okay, we're folding all our value. And then when we look at our value, we want to roughly defend 50% of the value hands that go into the bucket of 25% on the river. Surely we can call sometimes with two pair here, but we really need a spade. Or at least that would be my thought process. He has the king high flush. Here betting, maybe checking is fine when we block the king. Might be interesting to see. And then we just go for two bets. I'll have plenty of bluffs here, queens. I think he has a couple of very natural calls with queen 9. A lot of ace queen calls the turn as well and wants to see a safe river. People usually size very, very big on those lockdown boards and you don't really have to. And if people do, you can just start folding quite a bit. Check back on this board to raise or to call here. Oof, that's strong. I think we get a bet here actually. Here with the queen 7, I don't know. Here we lead 1/3, maybe even smaller. Small bet again. It sucks that we have the queen high flush thing. I think we're just gonna give up. Oof. Might have called there. A7 against A7. Okay. Fives with a nut flush draw. I think we're supposed to get it in. We're ahead against the straight. Wow. Shows up with the bluff. That's cool. Jesus, we're just crushing every flop. Can be creative? Question mark. I think we're mostly betting. Here we're gonna check. It's a nice hand. We can definitely put our stack in without Without feeling bad about it. On this turn, can just bet small, I think. Here we bet for the size of the pot. Call. My opponent has to decide what he wants to do. Jesus, we're running extremely hot. We might be first in this championship. That's wild. Gonna check call. Like the check high flush is not great. We do have the backdoor flush draw to the king high flush. And the 9 gives us a very strong nuts with a redraw. So the 9 is what we're aiming for. Lead from Rick. It's interesting, but jamming here is kind of cool. I think we're just gonna fold. 9, wow, that's really, really, really mergy. Merge master. Don't think he's supposed to bet there. Bets again. Feels pretty strong. We do have the gut shot to the nuts that will like yield us a lot of money, and sometimes his 2 pair will be counterfeit, and we do have position. Going to open a644. Yeah, it feels like we're getting milked. Feels like we're getting super milked. Against this size, I think we just have to call, but yeah, king. Please call me, please raise me. I don't know. Annoying, I mean, finely played by all parties involved, I think. We can consider folding the river maybe, but it should be fine. Okay, he's calling. I'm thinking what to bet again here. Checking is so weak. Okay, boys and girls, I think we're going into the study part of the session. No, I can't make the cam smaller because you have to see my pretty face. A6, 8-4. Okay, a hand like this is like pretty meh open. I think we call this hand. Now we're in a terrible spot. Fold. Overcalling the king 5-7. We have to verify if that's a thing. And here we have outs on the 10-9 queen flush. So I think we can call it. Looks kind of wild. Of course, my opponent has strong range, not doing this with nothing. And then on the ace we actually have a fold, which, I mean, it sucks that we have to fold, but this way we avoid losing that extra money. So I think, yeah, overall well played. Well. The guy has hair. Holy shit. Oof. Okay. The guy has hair. Wow, rookie. It's probably fine. He had a double backdoor. I mean, kind of sick because, I mean, I would have lost, not that it matters, but it's kind of sick that if I would have shoved, I would have gotten it in so good. I guess in general, it's still long term, this is the way to play my hand, but yeah. Finds an incredibly creative line, takes it down with the jack high. Now while you're running so far, we're running extremely hot, as you can see from the stacks. It's up to like 10 buy-ins today, considering the nature of variants in the game like PLO. The winner of this challenge may be up like 100 buy-ins at the end of the month. Yeah, that's definitely true. Being up 100 stacks in 2k PLO is insane. What are your main games? 60% of the time it works every time. I think he plays 5k or higher. Seen him battle 300, 600 with the Blaz. Correct, Amundo. Yeah, maybe we could have folded against the kings. It seemed so obvious. But I think the turn call is still fine. Going to call here. I don't think this is a great hand to continue bluffing with. Okay, that's easy fold. Limp. Limp and a check. Okay, I think we're arriving at around 4 hours. It's a good moment where usually the concentration drops down a little bit. Going to look into a couple of hands. Can I call here? I don't know. Like 10-8 is still a strong hand. I think we mostly check and then raise. Wonder what the right size is. There's quite a few combos that I can bluff with, but also for value. Maybe this is a squeeze. Okay, I think it's time to leave. We're going to lead here. Pretty cool hand where we have the nuts and a redraw. We really want to get money into the pot. So either check raising or 9, naked 9, yeah. Do hit the turn. Again, check raising, might make sense. Leading, also fine. Always nice to check if we're actually right. We do have a redraw with the nuts, which makes it like nicer to bet ourselves, I think. Here Hernandez comes in with the bet. I think this might be a hand where it can be cool to raise my opponent. People oftentimes blindly put in the c-bet. They're not really used to seeing aggression. With the queen, we're blocking the ace-queen, and if he does call, we do have a couple of ways to make a nice hand. Here we have a nice bluffing opportunity. We block the straight, very low in our showdown value. Check back a ton of strong hands. That allows us to bluff there. We'll look that one up as well. Not sure if we can, but I'm going to 3-bet. We're extremely deep. Don't know what's happening here with Quincy. Flop top pair. At this stack depth, it's really a hand we don't want to go all in with, so going to check back. Have some surprising strong hands on the turn, and like basically trying to get it to a showdown. Also, I have to find a way to balance out all of these like weak queens and kings to them. Go once. Check 10. This one is interesting. This one is interesting as well. J Smackers is off. We run out of time. I think we have to lead there sometimes. But by the quickness of his bet, I think we're doing fine. Limp raise. Ace 8, 3. I think we can see bet. It's with these kings sometimes you check, but I feel like people overfold a 3 or an 8 here. That betting is a little bit nicer. On the ace, we're gonna do a lot of checking. 300 people watching still. Rick with the bet. I mean, we have to call. Kind of sucks. We also have the king of hearts, and then probably fold on rivers. Betsky 8s. Yeah, fine. The guy is hitting some sets, huh? Mr. Flair. And this is a spot where he really likes to look at people with like the most insane holdings. His hero calls are gonna do very poorly against my queens. He just does not fold. Would be awesome if you play Blast heads up with webcams for the lols. He's a funny guy, yeah. And I think he's willing to do it. Would be super cool indeed. Small blind versus button 3-bet on King 9, 3-10. Why do you bet 10? What do you target as value? King Queen, King Jack, induce bluffs on raise with check. Bro, we have to do better with these questions, like hand-specific questions. Success Derek, 5th 8. The Blaz got wrecked by Giselle yesterday. Damn, you're crushing these games. Isn't Blaz a commentator now? Why is he playing poker? He's a former poker pro. Business mogul at the moment. I don't know, I'm betting, checking. It's all on the table here. 5, 7, 4. Jace Macarino. Can be creative. Top pair with an open ender. I think we're supposed to call, and then when we're talking about like finding spots where we don't have that many bluffs, I think this is a very nice one where he's gonna check his ace. We're gonna find the bluff. 8-6-8, the ante is smaller. It's a weird spot because we're blocking his hero call, so maybe just size smaller, but also just sizing big should be fine. Now finds the call, super creative line, ace, ace 5, okay. Well played. King Jack 7-7. For the stream, it should be very close this hand. Okay, let's see. We're at 4 hours. We're going to sit out. Sit out next big blind. Insane result so far. Okay, fold. Damn, you're crushing these games. Pilandur isn't Blaz a commentator. I already answered that one. Playing cash games, and now we're gonna do a little study session after we close everything down, of course. Of course. The Ric Flair guy, I'm not sure if he wants me to tell, so I'll ask that first. Pollo, 32, could be one of the guys that takes the crown. Creek crown. Lobby is popping. We're sitting out, we're going to study a little bit, half an hour, maybe an hour, let's see. Let us see. I think if I close this window, the lighting is nicer. You can see me better. Not sure if that's what you guys want, but J Smuckers. I guess it's just a fold, but yeah. Leave this stable and we open this hand for the stream. It's probably fine. Fine, but borderline. So I'm Jazzy competing. We won a serious amount of money for the stakes that will be played. Okay. Okay, I think we're up 15 buy-ins or something crazy. I'll ask for the hands and verify. Okay. Finish one hand. I'll be back with you guys shortly. Let us see. How are we going to show the hands that we're looking at? Okay, so here we had an interesting one. Let's do it hand for hand. Interesting hand one. Okay, this is the first hand we'll look into. We're going to do it with PLO Mastermind today. I have been using their software a little bit more than Vision lately, but maybe sometimes we go back to using the old stuff because I'm used to using Vision. Okay. Find the password. Copy. Not sure how interested you guys are in seeing this, but should be interesting if you play Pot Limit Omaha for a living or because you like playing it. Paste, login. So bear with me, my skills in Mastermind are not super good. I'm not sure if we have like specific solves post-flop for Mastermind, so I'm just gonna jump in and see. Try to keep an eye on the chat. Show graph, please. I'm requesting the hands now, and then I can put them in a graph, and then I will show you guys. He loves the challenge, I think. He's considered a dog in a lot of heads-up matches for PLO, but he's been taking on the best of the best, and he's probably up like 1 to 2 million this year. He's been losing here and there. God, I don't even know how this started. Pre-flop. If it's multi-way, then I cannot really show you guys. Post-flop, 100 big blinds. First position. Okay, well, that's already a big problem. We can do this hand. We'll move on to the next one. That's a problem with Mastermind. If it doesn't fit the mold of Mastermind, then they're gonna struggle with getting outputs that you can trust. Okay. Cash Game Championship should be somewhere here. So we're looking for pre-flop to see if this hand is actually a play. I can't see the championship ones, which really sucks. Rake free. This is without limps, so that's kind of whatever as well. I have the Jack 9-4 forehand. Okay, let's see. Would be nice to find a hand that we can actually look into. This was 3-way, super tough to solve. Very tough to solve. Okay, we're opening here from under the gun +1. We're looking at pre-flop with 6 max. Antes and straddles, okay. I guess we just want ante, rake free if it's possible, coin poker, championship. Okay, there we are. Okay, free pipping 22.7% from early position. You can train all of these things, of course, if you click this button. So then we tell him to fold 28%. That seems a little bit on the high side, but not sure how much accuracy they solve these. So we're suited for the queen. So queen 10-7 is right around your cutoff. So yeah, you're barely making any money. So now what do? We look at our table. Like, is this a table where we feel like we make more money or less money by raising a hand like this? I think you want to just open this hand unless there's a couple of super crazy guys, like people squeeze super wide. That's a nice way to look at this hand. Let's see what the next one is. Yeah, it's a bit rough because we're having a lot of 3-way stuff, which then the solve is not going to be super accurate. We can still draw some conclusions from stuff we see from heads-up hands. Here we open under the gun with the queen 10-9-7. It's probably borderline, but we have to open quite a bit, so let's see. Opening 22.7, queen 10-9-7. We look for our hand, and our hand is open right on the border as well. So it's always nice to look up a couple of hands and see if you're spot on with which hands are close. Close one button open, and I do feel confident about my skill level compared to the other people that are playing, so we definitely want to play all of those hands. Let's see if we can put here and make it as it was. A pot, a call, and a call and a call. Then we face a fold. And then from the small blind, always nice to see what kind of hands we should be playing in this position. So we are mostly folding, of course, calling 11.17 and squeezing 6.52. This number is higher because there's more people in the pot, but then lower because the positions are very early. We find the pot. The big blind folds, gets out of the way, and we're here, and of course this is already nice to see. We're folding 40%, mainly because we have two players behind, so we are put in a pretty tough position whenever we call and the small blind shoves into us, which is going to happen a lot of the time. So here we had the queen 10, ace, queen 10, 5. So as we can see, we spot the first mistake. The double suited ones call, this one is folding. We can show the combo that you make the mistake with, and then you can see what the actual difference is in folding and calling. And here the call is a huge mistake, as you can see. So we had this one, 5.67. And then when you fold, you're losing 3.5 big blinds. So that's a 2 big blind mistake. That's really, really big. That's something I really have to pay attention to. Like 2 big blinds, wow. I'm kind of surprised myself. Fuck, you have to chat here, of course. I'm so retarded. Yeah, it's amateur hour again. Okay, I think the setup is okay. So yeah, I'm showing a 2 big blind mistake that I made in the Cash Game Championship. That's definitely something you want to avoid. Let's see what the people are saying. Sims are in the other user experience view for sure. If you can find them, never mind. It's often actually slightly more useful to do slightly wrong simulations in Mastermind because it forces you to find a heuristic for similar spots that you can follow. Yeah, I agree. Martin Stanchev is saying, sorry, I tried to ask the question fast and I did other stuff. Sorry for the shit explanation. And where's my man? We're going to look into another hand. Yeah, this one is very interesting. It's a river solve though, so we'll keep it for another study session. Here my opponent was betting on the turn, which I thought was pretty mergy. And when I say mergy, it's like there's a lot of hands that are very strong, but you're not really betting them for value, more for protection, and that's not really how you want to go about your hands. So here this guy opens ace queen 3-5 double suited. I defend the big blind. This is already the first question. Like, it's a pretty terrible hand. We can probably get away with folding, so we're just gonna see. Yeah, this guy is opening from this position, folding all the way to the big blind where we are calling. 9, 7, 6, 3. So let's see. Show 0% combos. Suited to the 6. which is, I guess, similar to this one. So we're losing very slightly on our call. I think we can still call the hand without too much impact on our EV, but we'll see if we can whip up post-flop sim. I guess there's no specific coin championship stuff for post-flop, so we're just gonna look at another sim that maybe shows us a couple of things that we can draw some conclusions from. It's 1v1. First position is the early position, second is the big blind. Single raise pot. I mean, obviously there's no ante here, so the under the gun range is way tighter, so that's already gonna have a pretty big impact on the outcome of the sim. The kind of hand was, yeah, we don't really have it here, which sucks, but we can try ace jack 3 just to get a rough feeling for the spot. So we check 100% here, which is kind of standard, and then the guy bet half pot. Here we only have the 3/4 sizing, so yeah, this sim is all over the place. Jack 3 was what we were defending. So as you can see, this is a nice conclusion you can draw already. We're not folding 2 pairs. So he's opening very tight range. But he's also c-betting almost his entire range. So we are calling. Then on the turn we have to find something that roughly resembles the card. Let's see, that would be a drawy, extra drawy turn. Ace jack 9. Now let's take the 8. Okay, so we're checking. Okay, so we're far off the actual hand, but we're just gonna see, okay, whenever we have top pair or 2 pair, top pair and the bottom pair, do we always bet even if we have a low flush? Okay, so we have a hand like ace 3, queen 5, and as you can see, and as I expected, this hand only is a bet when we have a double flush draw. One of the reasons for that is when we bet and we get raised, we're in a terrible spot and we throw away a lot of EV. So if you look at the EV of betting a hand that should be check, usually it's not a huge mistake. So as you can see here, let's see, this one has a low flush draw, so the EV of betting is 8.79, and the EV of checking this hand is 9.41. So he's only sacrificing like 0.7 big blind on this bet, but I still think it's quite a clear pattern that we see here, that we really don't want to bet those kind of hands. Also, since we're betting a lot on the flop, you're not supposed to bet too much on the turn to protect your checking range, so I think that hand goes into that pocket quite nicely. Let's see if anybody's asking any questions. Luke is saying you can also use the EV difference function. Yeah, I know. But yeah, feel free to let me know if I'm missing stuff. 4-bet range here is pretty much ace. Not sure what you're talking about. Heading to the lodge in Austin, Texas for WPT and PLO Cash. What do you recommend for studying flop turn play? Finding it somewhat difficult in Mastermind. Mastermind is pretty good. Vision is a nice one, and PLO Genius is another one that you can use. They do quite a good job as well. Button opens, you from small blind, jack 8, 10, 9, 3-bet, flop, king 9, 3, check, turn you see, you bet 25%. That hand was very interesting, I think. King 9, let's see if we can whip it up. It's positions that happen really often. I think it was roughly 150 big blinds. We're 3-betting, it's button against small blind. And then, you're always praying that exactly the board is there, that we need King 9. Help me, guys. King 9 3. So we do have King 9 5, which is again not the same, but maybe, just maybe, we can draw some conclusions from this one. 8 9 Jack 10. Okay, well, that's the first mistake I made. I'm not really checking this hand, or at least not on this board. We can show the EV difference, which is gonna be small. It's roughly the same, but you oftentimes see that when you look at the betting note. So yeah, this sim is not gonna be nice to look at whenever we look at what happens now, because my hand is supposed to be bet. So yeah, that's my first mistake, I guess. Ended up checking, he ends up checking, and then to see a turn we have to use Monker, which I don't have on this computer, so we'll move on to the next spot. But nice suggestion for sure. Here we have this hand. Okay, so pre-flop. Six max, anti and straddle. Cash Game Championship, so rig free, coin poker. This one. So first we're gonna look at, okay, how did we do pre-flop? Fold, 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 fold. So my opponents are opening 60% here on the button, which is a lot of hands. So quite like logical that we end up 3-betting 11% here. I think my hand fits that range nicely, but it really sucks to 3-bet with a king, queen, queen, because you're blocking the folding part of your opponent's range and unblocking aces. We did play this hand correctly. We're suited to the queen, so it's this hand, 1.68 we make on the 3-bet. And if we flat call, it's like 0.1 big blind difference. So as you can see, all pretty close. We pot, he folds. This guy, no, folds. This guy calls. Would be great if Mastermind like could transition to post flop from there. So we go for rake free. We want the post flop stuff. 100 big blinds. 3-bet pot, first position button, second position small blind. Classic framework. Not sure what the difference is there, but we'll go for classic. Ace, king, 7. Okay, always nice when the board is there. So yeah, without looking at the sim, we know, okay, we can actually c-bet here 100% because it goes very well with our range. Then we want to find out which betting size do we want to put this hand in. So I went for relatively big. As you can see, it just goes for small here. EV difference is probably going to be not that big, but still something that you want to pay some attention to. It's nice that they have two sizes here, Mastermind. It's always like it's more detailed, also harder to execute, but probably higher in EV. Pick the framework sims, Dirk. Small blind versus big blind 3-bet pot. We have every sim. Okay. We'll do that for next hand. That's fine. Let's see. Also don't want to be too technical. Let me check how many people are still here. Quite a few. The boring stuff that makes money. So yeah, we move on to the next one. So as you can see, I make a ton of mistakes in these hands. This is also interesting. So Tess was using this different sizing. And you want to defend the big blind or the button quite aggressively against that size. I'm going to show you guys. Pre-flop. I did the straddle. Cash Game Championship. 100, and they also have 200 big blinds. This was 100. Fold, open. Okay, so since we're in a rake-free environment and the size of the open is only 3.5 big blinds, we have ante in the middle. We're defending the button quite wide, 40%. So a hand like 9-9, 10-3 is a fold against the full open, I would think. As you can see here, it's a mix, so we're right around v-pipping this hand. That means if the size is smaller, it's a pretty sizable mistake to fold here. Then again, the ante was a little bit smaller, but I think we want to, for sure, v-pip a hand like that. So yeah, funny hand where it seems kind of close, but then when you take his sizing into consideration, it's a pretty easy defend. Let's see what other stuff we have. Okay, we have an early position open. I'm gonna show this one. Early position open, we 3-bet with the aces, so we're gonna see. Post slope 6 max. We're playing quite deep. Don't know how much it matters. Let's do 150. First position is early position. Second position is, I mean, the big blind, but we don't have it, so we'll go for the small blind. It's not exactly the same. 3 betting range, then king 10-6. Rainbow is there. Wow, so nice, huh? So quickly we can see we're doing a lot of checking. So we're not 3-betting kings, often tens. So our opponent has a clear like equity advantage here, so we want to do a lot of checking. So we did find the check with the aces. When I put in the aces, we exclude a king and a 10. We're mostly checking. My exact combo is 8-4. It's checking always, so we start with a check here. My opponent checks back, and then we go to a turn, and that's for another reviewing session. It would be nice to see if we are allowed to delayed c-bet there. Okay. This was an interesting one as well. Multi-way, let's see if Mastermind has some multi-way stuff. Very, very tough. Okay, what are we playing here? Early position open, cut off call. I think cut off limp, so We're not gonna have it, but we're going to try this. Yeah, it's very tough because he leads after raising. Yeah, and this is not gonna be accurate enough. Okay. Then we had this hand. That's something we can look into. We're actually quite deep, 150 big blinds, so we don't have that, but we're gonna see. Oh wait, we do have that. I'm just not good enough with this. We have a cutoff open and the second position small blind, so maybe we go for button and a small blind 3-bet. Flop is queen 8. Let's see if we have that. Queen 8-4. Same suits. We have 9-7-8-5, and we are doing a whole lot of betting. No club. Checking sometimes, betting. Oh wait, there's no spade here in this example. They were actually always betting. It's kind of surprising. We do connect very well with two-tone boards, of course, and apparently this hand is nicer to bet than to check. If you go to the EV differences, okay, that's what Luke was talking about. That's a nice feature, yeah. You can just see how much better it is to check or to bet than to check. It's small, but it's there. Then when we check and we face half pot, we have a very easy call, I think. 9-7-8-5 with any 9-7-8-5. Again, if you show the EV difference, I thought it was going to be a big mistake, but actually you only like lose out on wait. This is all with flush draws. I don't know. Yeah. Not sure how much we can conclude from that. But yeah, it's surprising to see we're doing a lot of betting. Okay, then my good friend Djokovic showed me a super nice bluff. It's nice, or it's tough because it's a river solve. Framework has all boards small blind versus button, and it's simplified to one sizing post. No need to click fold for EP and MP. You can click on cutoff pot and it would automatically fold. Yeah, I'm still a newbie. Also on the queen 10-9-4-8-4 deuce with two backdoors in the center, which is fold on pot bet. Small blind versus cutoff versus button. There's a sim with which is not exactly similar but close enough. The guy had air and you fold it on the ace turn. Yeah, we can check it. That would be nice. Let's see. You'll have to help me. It's multi-way. It's a 3-bet pot. It's 100 big blinds deep. We were out of line from the cutoff, I think. But then small blind, something along these lines. And the board was low and disconnected. 8-4-3. Do I agree? It was more like 7-3 deuce, 7-4 deuce, I think. But yeah, how much does it matter? My opponent is actually stacking off a whole whole lot of hands. So he's potting here. And we had 4, queen, 9, 10, double backdoor. So yeah, show EV difference. So yeah, with the double backdoor, which is this hand, we lose half a big blind. Okay, it's not crazy. I think it's still fine. That 10-9-9-3 flat looks wild crazy. We have to defend that white. Yeah, welcome to no rake anti structures. Surprising for me to see as well. Okay, but this is super nice. It's also a spot that I haven't studied enough, so it's super nice that they have a couple of these. Again, not 100% sure, but this is no anti, so I'm pretty sure the call is good in anti, but yeah, I didn't know for sure when I made the call. But that makes it very interesting, right? We're looking at the same stuff and we still disagree, so it's, I think, fine as a call, especially considering that there's more money in the middle and the SPR is smaller. But it's close for sure, yeah. It's close for sure. Ace 9-9-8. Just interested in his line. 1v1. First position is early position, second position more like mid position against cutoff. Framework, not sure if I have to click this one, but Ace 9-9. Which one to take? King 9-9 maybe. Not perfect, far from perfect. King 9-9, just to get an ID. We don't want it 3-bet, we want it single raised. King 9-9. Thought it was there. Okay. Should be here. Okay, because here we don't have King 9-9. Okay, whatever, we'll move on to the new spots. Impressive bluff, by the way, nice. Next time we do something like this, I'll use my computer that I can actually run rivers on. Let's see, here we limp raise the King, Jack 10-10. Let's see what our overall small blind strat should be. I think we're limping a lot. I saw Maha raising, so that's definitely a thing. Okay, let's see if you guys are bored already. We'll do a couple of more. Couple of hands more. Okay, not too bored. Once we dip under 100, we're gonna bounce. Okay, so pre-flop we're gonna look at Cash Game Championship, 100 big blinds. So we go all the way here, fold, and then we can see. So we're folding more than I knew. But I'm not sure if this is in line with what I have at home. Feels like maybe they have to run a bit longer these, but we're gonna take a look. So we're calling a lot and we're raising a little bit. King, Jack, 10, 10. It's just an open raise, unless it's double suited. So I went for the call. So EV difference is gonna be super close. I went for the call, my opponent went for the raise, and then I had King, Jack, 10, 10. So we can either call, and my combo was suited to the king. This one 1.31 or 1.4 for pot, so it's fine. Then we check fold then we check fold on the flop, which was also very standard. I'm going to look at my own sims and see if it's in line with what I see here. Seems very tight in the small blind. It's always nice to stay critical. Entities, 100 big blinds. Load one street. So this is on another computer. Is there a free trial or promo code for PLO Mastermind? I don't know. I don't work for them. But Luke is in the chat, or he was seemingly in the chat. Okay, it's more. It's closer. It's closer than I thought. Output seem okay-ish. Okay, let's grab a couple of more and then we bounce. Maybe Luke can tell me whenever we can, or which hands we can run turns with. Ace, ace, deuce, 8. We 3-bet against cutoff. Okay, so post flop 6 max, 3-bet, cutoff opens, small blind 3-bets. Still not sure about the framework or the other one, but 10-5. Let's see if we have this 10-5 deuce. That's exactly the board that we played. So as you can see, you put everything. You put range. That's a nice one already. So we put, our opponent calls, and then we can't run a turn. Maybe on the other one, the classic one. Ten, 5 deuce. Yeah, betting always. We put, call, and we have to run this turn. Okay. Moving on, a couple of more, and then we're out. This one will not be able to see. Another one that I checked, but knowing what I know now might be a bet. So we're trying to solve a post flop one, 3-bet. It's MP actually against big blind. I mean, firstly we want to see, is this a good 3-bet? I think that's kind of important. So we look at the pre-flop. The Cash Game Championship, and we're 100 big blinds deep. I mean 150 if we're honest. So we can both check 100 and 200. Queen, Jack 10, 7. This guy opens MP and we're in the big blind. So we're calling, we're only 3-betting 5%, so this hand is part of the 3-betting range when it's double suited. So that's a nice find. We can check if it changes, if it's 200 big blinds deep. Like it does play differently. As you can see, we put 2.6% now. So we start to mix this hand. So that's something to note. Pretty funny. Very tight 3-betting ranges. And then we look at the post flop, and that's going to be the end of the stream. So we look at post flop. MP opens, big blind 3-bets. It's a 3-bet pot indeed. And the flop comes 9-7-4, so we search for 9-7. 9-7-3 is good enough, I think. As you can see, we're mixing, we're potting, we're betting half pot, and we're checking a lot. Queen jack 10-7, mostly betting. So yeah, this is a hand that a hand class that I'm playing poorly apparently. Of course the EV is going to be super close. 9-7-4. We do have no hearts, so we check a little bit more. I guess we're just betting a lot with those hands. EV difference gonna be extremely small. So the checking is not really a big mistake. That's something I want to like look into too much. But for sure, if I feel like my opponents are overfolding or understabbing, I can decide to take different lines with these kind of hands. 10 for deuce rainbow has turns. Okay, that's nice. So this hand is kind of fine. We're gonna do one more. That was the ace-ace one, where we 3-bet from the small blind. So 3-bet, so could have opened small blind 3-bet. 10 for deuce framework. Still not sure what the difference is. 10 for deuce. Allegedly. Also this pulling with our range. Kind of wild. We only have one size here, so here it says jack, queen jack 10-10. Probably don't want to pull that one, but yeah. So I had the ace 8 deuce, which is going to fuck up the thing a little bit, because that gives me a pair. But yeah, we pot it. Our opponent calls, and we do have a turn indeed where we pair the board, but then the flush draw comes in. We don't have that one. It kind of sucks, but let's hit a 4. And here again, like, we don't get the small sizing, so that's the limitation of this way of looking at hands, where maybe we want to split our range and bet small. But if we don't, we're just blasting aces, I'm pretty sure, almost always, unless it has stands. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, with that, we're going to conclude this stream. Although I want to I want to show you guys the results of the session, and the hands are in, so that would be a nice way to end the stream, and also reward the people that have stayed watching. Sending them over have to play around a little bit, but I'll have them within a minute or two. Coming in. These are the, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. Download again. That's the right hand history file. And history 6th of Coin Championship. So stay tuned. I'm going to show you guys the graph that we have created today. File, import files. Importing. Okay, what do you guys want to see? A graph? How did the session go? The session was amazing. Probably for the stream, check only post-flop spots. Most of the public are not playing no-ray games. I think it will be more interesting. Yeah, but we're trying to, how do you say? Wow, oh, this is, that's the other hand, yeah. Let's see. Running hot at 10:20. This is for yesterday. Not sure if they're included. I just imported them and they don't seem to show up, so sorry about that. Guess you guys have to wait for a little while, but I'm pretty sure I won 15 binds or something ridiculous based on where my roll is at the moment. So that's a very hot start. I'm going to compete every now and then. Let's see what the standings are after today. Interesting stuff. Super nice that people are coming to Coin Poker to battle. And there's still like 40 tables or something ridiculous running. Thanks everyone for tuning in to the stream, the bonus stream. I'm going to do one bonus stream every week for 4 weeks during the Cash Game Championship. Yeah, PLO Mastermind. It's great software. It's I still have to get used to it a little bit, but pretty nice to use. I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you guys got a little bit better at playing Pot Limit Omaha. And I see you guys in the next one.